Good afternoon. Welcome back for day 2, second session, and second and a half here. And it's the first session in track 1. Are you guys still excited? Great. So last year we heard how NASA revamped its website with WordPress. So today's session is a panel discussion about how WordPress can better serve the needs of enterprises. So to moderate this session, we have Petya Revkoshkov. Petya is the Director of Agency Operation at HumanMade. In many years, he have involved in software, project, event, and community management. Petya has been an active member of WordPress community since 2011 and volunteering organizing events, supporting global WordPress polyglot team as translation editor and global translation community member. So I want to invite Petya Revkoshka to the stage to invite the other panels.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, so last year, before WordCamp Asia 1 in Bangkok, we hosted a meetup, a small gathering of about 100 people that we called the WordPress Enterprise Gap. And the CEOs of several big WordPress agencies sat together to discuss why is it that WordPress is the most popular CMS in the world, but it is not showing anywhere in prominent reports around enterprise adoption. A year later, there's quite a lot that has been said and done on the topic, but I'm very happy to be bringing this topic here on the main stage of WordCamp Asia to the broader community for a broader discussion and hopefully more insights from a really great set of experts who are bringing unique perspectives, Asia-Pacific perspectives, and enterprise experience perspectives to the subject. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce my panelists. My first panelist is an award-winning global senior executive. She's got more than 25 years of experience in sales and marketing within the area of enterprise, and she led a team of more than 160 sales professionals at Thomson Reuters. Originally from Australia, she is a long-term Hong Kong resident and has vast experience leading enterprise organizations. So please welcome the General Manager for EOS, the Newfold Digital, Kimberly Cole. My next panelist, plenty of you will know really well. He is from Pune, India, and is the founder and CEO of one of the best WordPress enterprise agencies, RT Camp. It's a global enterprise agency delivering to enterprise clients for years. He's also well known within the community, having contributed to various different WordPress teams. Please welcome Raul Bansal. My last panelist is on stage for the first time, so be very gracious. She's from Singapore and is the Senior Account Strategist at HumanMade for the Asia-Pacific region. For the last 5 years, she's been battling big, multi-faceted departments at one of our biggest clients, a financial institution, and she knows all about working directly with clients within the enterprise. She's got experience in business management and business intelligence and brings quite a lot of sophisticated design thinking into the process of interacting with enterprise clients. Please welcome Lorna Lim. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you everyone for kind of battling the after lunch slumber and being with us right now. I also know there is a really intriguing session happening in another call, so we really appreciate that you're here. All right, let's go. So Kimberly, enterprise can be a little hard to define. As somebody who comes from a multitude of enterprise organizations and is new to the WordPress community, can you kick us off? Give us like a little bit of a definition. What is the difference between an enterprise client? And maybe then you can share a little bit about how the WordPress community seems and the WordPress project seems from the prospect of enterprise.
Sure. Thank you very much for including me on the panel, Petya. So, as you said, I've worked for one of the largest news agencies in the world, being Reuters, and then sold to a range of big global financial institutions as well as very global corporates across the world. And I think when you're thinking about those customers, it's a lot about the process and procedures that they use, and their buying processes can be quite complex. You have to deal with, procurement teams. There will be a lot of box ticking. And there's a lot of checks through legal, through compliance that you have to deal with. And I think that's what you need to think about as to how we're going to present WordPress and the solutions that make up the WordPress community to those customers.
Right. Okay. So these are, and from somebody coming from enterprise, how do you perceive kind of the way that we sell to an enterprise buyer? How does it work?
I mean, I think some of it is making sure that the products themselves have the right, scale and capabilities for the WordPress, for the enterprise users. Sorry, so that's really important, is to sort of start to think in a more specialized and maybe think holistically through the way enterprises work, the way they collaborate. That's certainly something we're thinking about from a Yoast perspective, is that the workflow that exists in an enterprise that you may need to address. And you asked me coming to the WordPress community, so I'm less than a year into my role at Yoast, and so WordPress and the project is still a relatively new phenomenon to me. Even though I have been a WordPress user for years, I didn't realize kind of exactly how the open source community operated. And I think from an enterprise perspective, sometimes that could appear a little chaotic and difficult to hold people accountable, which enterprises like to have someone that they can really hold accountable for what it is that they have bought or that they are using.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Lorna, WordPress is a consumer software with a mission of democratizing publishing. One of its selling points to end users is usability, kind of ease of installation, kind of out of the box. You set it up yourself. The traditional WordPress user is somebody that creates their own blog, but the enterprise buyer is not a WordPress user. So at Human Made, you manage the relationship with like a very big financial institution. What would you say matters the most to enterprise compared to the end user? You're fine.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's difficult to narrow it down to like one single most important thing, because for enterprise clients, if they were to change CMS, the whole change management is very costly, and they don't want to do that. So the decision making is a lot more considered. So there are like a lot of factors that you need to think about. Definitely one key one is the brand reputation is super important. Revenue is important. So they need it to be performant. needs to be scalable, needs to be reliable. The people who are using the system, they have to be able to do their jobs. There are like so many people in the company. They have to be able to do their jobs easily and quickly all the time. So that's important. Scalability, extensibility, functionality-wise, that is also very important because they're thinking a lot more long-term, like when my business grows, what are the other things I need to do? I need to be able to do it on the same platform and to have that longevity. So usability also very important, just that they have a lot more users. So I think also the complexity with a enterprise client is being able to not just empower and enable the users to do what they need, but also to balance that with control. And not have people going rogue and doing whatever they want. So I think that is how they differ from a general user. Yeah.
Yeah. Does anybody want to add to that, Raul?
Yeah.
You're okay. Yeah.
I think apart from these things, like these are all valid things. Security also plays a big role, and when we say security, it's not just the the code, but also the IT team. Usually in these large enterprises have something like single sign-on, and they have different integrations for auditing, logging. So
Yeah.
the WordPress also need to play very well with these within the.
And we can argue WordPress can provide all of that, but regardless, when we go and pitch, it feels like we lose to the big players. There's not like a large WordPress adoption among enterprise. So, we're not showing in the Gartner reports and the Forrester reports. There are different reasons for that, but still. So when you pitch to enterprise clients, what platforms do you mostly kind of lose those pitches to? If you don't get that, like who are the competitors that most likely are most likely to kind of win against WordPress?
So there are many reasons, like the buying process of every enterprise is very complex.
Yes.
So the few platforms that keep showing again and again is one of them is Adobe Experience Manager. I think sometimes Sitecore and sometimes Drupal. Personally, I don't mind losing to Drupal because they're open source. In other cases, I think so this with other solutions like the proprietary ones, the enterprises have this streamlined flow, they know who is responsible for what. And with WordPress, their decision making has it's not like so the decision making starts from -1. Like they first have a lack of clarity, like how to approach, whether they should talk to the hosting company, they should talk to agency first, or they should talk to plugin or other players first. But then this is where I see the opportunity, because in the earlier case, like with the AEM and all, what they're looking are basically at a single point failure. And as the concept of composable DXPs or composable solutions grow, I feel like the tide will turn in favor of WordPress, and I hope these publications like Gartner also start taking composable solutions seriously.
Yeah.
Because what they do kind of creates a lot of bias against WordPress.
A little biased. So what are the common misconceptions?
Yeah.
What are then the common misconceptions? Maybe you continue, and then Lorna and Kimberly, you can bring kind of the outsider perspective. So what are some of the misconceptions that you have to work against when you're trying to sell WordPress?
So the number one is WordPress is not secure, and that sometimes it comes from like really dumb assumption that because hey, if everybody can read the source code of WordPress, then it must be easy to hack. But what they don't understand that it's opposite. If everybody is reading source code of WordPress or Linux or any open source software, That means there are so many eyeballs on that software, and security issues are very hard to sneak in. So that security is the first thing. Then they usually have heard like things like, okay, such a so plugin got hacked and that hacked, but they don't understand, okay, this is not the core. If a particular plugin company has a like missed some security issues, that is not a reflection of core, and then they can work with specialized hosting companies and agencies which will take care of patching these things
Right.
well in advance.
Yeah.
So something like that, those are the extra things we need to clarify.
We need to think. Lorna, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think definitely security is the huge one, the biggest one that I see also dealing with customers. And surprisingly, it's also coming even from technology teams, security teams, which like I would think that they are experts in, in this area, but they are also, having questions. So just imagine like other stakeholders in the business who are even more removed from the technology and all that. And that is really difficult to navigate because you have to convince all the stakeholders and the different departments, not just one decision maker. So yeah, definitely security. The other one I think is, I think I can quote a client saying, users are telling me that WordPress is irrelevant. So I think there is a perception that's quite old, and with technology especially, people always want the new and shiny things. They want exciting things. And WordPress is just like, I heard of it before. It's a blogging software, nothing exciting. And what we see also is that there are big companies out there who are very good at sales and marketing. And you have that salesperson going to the offices, presenting new solutions, innovative things every day. And so it's like, it seems a bit quiet on our side. Like, what's going on? And the messaging is maybe very fragmented. So there could be a lot of innovations going on with plugins and in the space, but there is no targeted way to have that reach the end enterprise clients in a way that is filtered and relevant to them. So I think that misconception is not really helping because it's so saturated and there's no clear one messaging for the clients. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're all excellent points. I'd probably just add scalability and performance are obviously really key, drivers for enterprise buyers. And I guess from a product perspective, we need to think about what makes a solution really enterprise grade and how do we architect for that and maybe in a different way to ensure that we do have the scalability, the security still, and the performance.
Yeah.
And then I agree with Lorna, you've got to think about how we're really marketing and how do we go to market with the solutions.
Yeah, from a product perspective, if you're creating a WordPress a product extending WordPress, then this is kind of easier to do. Maybe in terms of core, do you think that the core project is suitable to be extended in that way? Does it provide what enterprise needs? In other words, when they choose us, why do they choose us? Maybe start with role again and.
Yeah. So first thing is many companies are realizing the benefit of open source, the cost advantage, the ownership advantage. So definitely that awakening helps us. Then sometimes I pitch some of the so-called disadvantage of WordPress in favor of WordPress. For example, it's just a blogging tool. It started as a blogging tool. So I kind of, as a salesman, I kind of convince them, then there must be people in your corporation which already know how to use WordPress. So isn't it good idea that that will reduce your training cost, or it will ease the adoption of the new software within your organization. So yeah, so these are like things. And then the ecosystem, like it's a huge ecosystem, so they have choices. No single vendor lock-in. If they don't like one particular agency, they can swap them out with another agency without touching their hosting platform. Likewise, if they like agency and they don't like the hosting company's new pricing policy, they can move to another hosting platform, keeping the agency on board. So those are the things.
Okay, Lorna?
Yeah, I think I echo what Rahul said. Without the licensing fees, the starting investment maybe is a smaller, and that is really attractive. And I think they see it as good value for money, value for investment, because they can spend the money on the customization, really adapting the functionality, which is very flexible, to the specific business requirements. So I think a lot of that tweaking, high degree of control over what they get out of it for the amount of money that they give, I think is what sets it apart. Yeah, and I think having an internal champion also we see is quite a big thing. When somebody in the organization has worked with, I think Rahul brought that up, maybe we were having a discussion the other day, when there is somebody who is familiar with WordPress and knows how good it is and is invested and able to kind of convince everyone else and jump through the different hoops that we need to in order to have the adoption of WordPress, that tends to really be helpful in choosing WordPress. Yeah.
In fact, there is quite a lot of survey data that suggests that enterprises are happy with WordPress. The most recent report, Enterprise CMS report, WordPress report, showed this like really curious statistics where organizations that were surveyed were really happy with it, but like more than 62% of them had been using WordPress for more than 5 years. And only, I think it was less than 5% had adopted it in the last 2 years, which is a bit contrary to the fact that WordPress has been very rapidly modernizing towards more flexible and scalable solutions, especially around the block editor. So it's interesting, and maybe we come again to the packaging question, like how do we make sure that enterprise realizes the innovation that is going on within the project and kind of the more scalability that it provides? What do we need to do better to kind of make that point stronger?
Yeah, I mean, I think Noel covered some of this yesterday in terms of the disruption that's happening and just the S-curve and where we are in the maturity cycle. I think you can use the maturity and the the penetration of WordPress on the web of 43% is very reassuring elements. And I think the project itself has obviously done an amazing job at how it has grown that that usage and that capability. And I think really it comes down to then having much more of a focus specifically around the enterprise. So all of these things that we're saying that the enterprise really demands and needs, we need to think about how do we organize ourselves to achieve some of those things. And I think the project and the community has done well at organizing around a whole range of different things. And so the ability to then look at the enterprise space and consider how we grow that and really focus and develop specialized solutions that meet that enterprise objective, I think is really key.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about how one of the key selling points of WordPress is like the availability of vendors and people and the service agencies able to provide that sort of service. But is that really true? Like, Rahul, from your point of view as an agency CEO, are the majority of WordPress agencies ready to meet the demand of working with an enterprise client? Can you tell us a little bit about your experience entering into that world? How is it different than servicing kind of the average client? And are we ready to meet that demand? We know it's way more complex working with an enterprise.
So, yeah, definitely it's complex. For example, initially we didn't want to be enterprise agency to begin with, and we didn't realize when we become one. So the only thing I remember was that who are this client? Like, why are they asking so many questions? Why so much paperwork? And like why are they taking so much time to sign the deal? Like, it's like we were used to working with small businesses who will just give the approval over email, send 50% over the PayPal, and in 3 months you can ship the entire site from start to beginning. And here, like 3 months are just going in paperwork. So yeah, this enterprise market is small. It's tough to crack, but as we grew, we found these are worth, like these projects pay well. They are quite satisfying in terms of engineering work you do, like the kind of solutions you build. So over the time, we shifted our focus to the larger projects, and it has been like positive experience. Like that's why many of the agency friends, the other CEO friends, I kind of like keep convincing them to go up market, try to sell WordPress to the larger client, and these days, like we have like a quite a precedence, like the NASA, White House. These are the big names, so selling to enterprises is easier compared to the older days.
Okay. All right. Lorna, would you like to kind of outline for small agency owners out there what are what are the monsters that you need to battle in enterprise, and what do they need to be prepared for?
Yeah. When Kimberly mentioned like legal and compliance and all, it's like, oh, I feel it because I deal with it every day in my role. Yeah, it is really extensive, and I can also see that it can be costly for a smaller agency to kind of tackle these things. Even like compliance, legal is not cheap. There are a lot of things you have to get ready to be able to kind of assure clients, enterprise clients, that you're ready. Especially for them, risk assessment is a huge thing, right? So even working with a small vendor, to them that is very risky. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that front. And the long sales process that is involved, it takes 6 months, a year, more, and a lot of back and forth. And within that time frame where you are waiting for approvals to be done, people to be convinced, people are changing roles, people are like leaving the company, and then it's like, where do we go from there? So I think navigating all that is definitely quite challenging, and needs a lot of like documentation, good handover, so you can like service the client well over that period in order to close the sale. Yeah.
Right. In fact, my colleague Siobhan gave a really good talk yesterday about what it means to catch your first whale, and I remember us talking about that, and we talked about how important it is not only to win your first enterprise client, but to be able to kind of get them on board. So yeah, it seems like it's quite a lot more challenging than working with the small business owner or the marketing exec. Okay, so I'm looking at some data here. So how do we do it? How do we package WordPress better? What do we need to stress on? How do we make sure that the right message gets to enterprise? Kimberly?
I mean, I guess it was sort of what I was saying before in terms of the focus around what is it that the enterprise needs. I guess the way we're thinking about it at Yoast as well is how do we specifically, develop solutions that are really optimized for the enterprise. And some of that will be how we architect our solutions. Some of that will be how we think about individual elements that we API that will potentially help agencies as well to almost be able to pick and mix the kind of key elements that you will need, because every enterprise is not necessarily going to have a one-size-fits-all requirement around things. So I think there's a number of things that could be done in terms of how you create the potential technology stack or solution that enterprises need. But I think the number one thing really is how do we focus and how do we think about how we grow that enterprise market as a whole, and how do we market and promote it. Which I think Raul had some good examples of how that was done in India that it'd be good to hear from.
Yeah, so we were discussing about the scale that agency consortium we set up recently, and there was a precedence in India. So few years back in India, people used to put their savings mostly into gold and real estate. Stock market and other things were like quite scary. And then there came this product mutual funds, which was very new and very unknown. And since it's a financial product, people were very risk averse. So like the WordPress agency is doing in scale, bunch of banks or the financial institutes, they created a collaboration. They created this kind of consortium, and they pulled up all the funds, like probably $1 billion, like, and they hired all top Indian celebrities and like everybody, like the top cricketer, top TV star, movie star, everybody. And they run a huge TVC campaign, billboards, print ad, which only created awareness about mutual fund as an industry. They didn't mention any single company's name. The idea was to grow the pie, because if WordPress wins, eventually WordPress agencies will also win. And that was a hypothesis they started, because if people started trusting mutual funds, eventually all the people, or sorry, all the companies selling mutual fund will eventually get some clientele. And then they will compete against themselves, like better fees, better app, better software, better terms, blah, blah, blah. So, but initially nobody, and till today, like that campaign never talked about a single agency, or in their case a single corporate house. They only talk about mutual fund is a good investment option compared to the other options. So it's a more of a awareness campaign. And I think like that, we are also working to like create awareness around WordPress. So I hope it will work better.
Well, the mission of the Scale Consortium, who, if you have not heard of, you should check it out. Just Google Scale Consortium WordPress. There's a really great website that highlights the mission, which is to raise the profile of WordPress, to grow the pie, and it's the most prominent WordPress development agencies gathering together to actually help package WordPress a little better to enterprise and kind of create this accountability scale layer. So yeah, let's. It's really great that this happened in the last year, and it's very curious to see how this investment of time and effort actually helps with growing the WordPress profile. But it's kind of related to my last question, which is to all three of you. Again, it is who is responsible for marketing WordPress to enterprise? Is it WordPress businesses? What is the role of WordPress.org and the core project in these initiatives? What do you think?
I think it should be like the more owners should rely on the WordPress agencies. The reason being, that's the core philosophy. If it's not for the 80% or something users, then it should not be part of core. So like talking, like if you look at the software perspective, the enterprise segment is very small. So the WordPress.org shouldn't, it's like they shouldn't, but like they have other priorities to put their resources on. And we agencies, now we have a consortium, we can collaborate together faster, iterate faster, and eventually whatever good ideas we come up with, we can make a proposal to the core to accept them. But the major effort should be like the most resources should come from agencies, be it
Right.
financial resources, be it technical expertise, because enterprise is still like a very small part of that 43%. I think we are not even 3% in that 43%.
Of course. Well, I mean, we have the largest the largest share of the pie when it comes to user adoption. So there's quite a lot to catch up with there. Lorna, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree, Rahul, about how the businesses have maybe more resources and probably also has more finger on the pulse, being closer to the enterprise clients to kind of understand the challenges, what they're looking for, what the gaps are, to be able to drive and steer the change. So definitely that. But maybe it's a combination of both. Definitely, yeah, WordPress.org will be involved, because I think it's a bit confusing to people who are not from the space, like WordPress.com, WordPress.org, and it's like agency, also WordPress, like what exactly is WordPress? So I think we band together. The most important thing is to have a bit of a voice of authority. So I don't know where that comes from, whether it's like the Skill Consortium, a combination of that and WordPress, but have a voice of authority that people can trust, like how with the mutual fund is like you recognize that thing and it's, you can trust and no matter what other articles you see online about how WordPress is not secure, WordPress is only a blogging tool, it's not enterprise ready, there is something that's reliable that you can trust and that is the right choice. So maybe a combination of both. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's going to require a lot of coordination and collaboration. So that therefore it's going to involve a lot of different areas of the community, from the agencies to the organisation. And I think, realistically, you have to make data-driven decisions as well. And so access to some of the data that would help firms create the solutions and make things more scalable, performant, and all of the things that we need to be will also be very important.
What do you think about the progress that has been made so far with the messaging? How does the Scale Consortium look from the point of the product company?
Well, I think the Scale Consortium is a good idea because you are then bringing together a whole group that can represent that sector and the enterprise needs more holistically, which is very important. So I think that's very useful. And as a product company, certainly from a Yoast perspective, we've been thinking about that enterprise space. And I sort of see it as an arc, as I call it, from novice to enterprise users, and I think it's a great opportunity. So I think so far good. I guess for me it's always how do we move faster and how do we get to where we need to quicker. So that would be the thing that I would like to see is coordinating a bit more.
Perfect, thank you. And at this point, I'd like to open the questions to the floor, to all of you. Yeah, I see that there's a question there.
Hello.
Hello.
Firstly, I just want to thank you. The insights you gave here have just been fantastic. And I think a lot of us here in the audience have been dealing with this on a daily basis, trying to bring WordPress in the enterprise. I guess my big question is, and I had a big discussion with one of my colleagues about this morning, is do we need to bring WordPress? Do we have to almost create a different version of WordPress for the enterprise, like they do with Acquia and Drupal? Or can we bring WordPress as is and make it enterprise?
Who would like to take that? Do we need to create a different version for WordPress for enterprise, like some of the other open source CMSs do? Or is it okay to use the current version for the use of enterprise?
Personally, I think we can have the single version. Like earlier we used to have separate multi-site project. That's now part of the standard WordPress setup. So out of the box, WordPress itself is quite pluggable. So maintaining two versions will create more issues down the lane. Whatever, if something holding us back, those are the proposals we can make to the core. But if we maintain completely different version, then it will eventually create issues for the plugin and other modules. They might need to do extra work to support two different WordPress versions.
I guess a part of this question is answering what is the current version of WordPress lacking that the enterprise desperately needs, and what does the current version of WordPress have that the enterprise doesn't necessarily need. And maybe Lorna?
Yeah, I have a thought. I think maybe just WordPress, but the ecosystem. Like right now, it's like a huge ecosystem with so many things. I find that's hard for people to enterprise clients to navigate. And if we could create a subset, like a WordPress enterprise ecosystem, like all the things that are only relevant to enterprise, that would help make I think the decision making and understanding WordPress a lot easier for enterprise clients because there's so much out there that is maybe irrelevant to them. And then looking at the whole the journey, because I think it was mentioned, was it accountability? Accountability is one thing, right? Yeah. But also, if you look at it from a client journey perspective, it can be very disjointed because you're dealing with so many people when you're working with WordPress rather than just one company. So I think that whole experience, I don't know how you can make that a bit more distinct and a bit more cohesive across.
So is it a matter of which business creates the perfect enterprise package more than actually changing the core itself?
So this whole thing can be a bit more distinctive from what we currently see as WordPress, which is like a whole big thing. Yeah.
Kimberly, from a product company perspective, do you have like a specific product tailored to an enterprise that is a variant of the general user product?
Not at the moment, we don't, but that's what we're working on. So that's what I was sort of saying in terms of how we may architect the solution, how we, API certain areas, and then that would give a lot more options in terms of what we can provide. And
so would that be your answer for WordPress core itself as well then?
I don't think I'm technical enough to have a comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
I would defer to my lovely colleagues in the front row here.
This is a really good question. Thank you for that. Anybody else? There's a question over there.
Thank you for the panel, very informative. My question, oftentimes we will have, and this is perhaps really good for Rahul, but oftentimes we'll talk to enterprise companies, etc., about using WordPress as part of their stack. And one of the questions that does come up quite frequently, especially from like engineering teams, etc., is obviously with something like Adobe Experience Manager or Sitecore, that is, as Lorna, you said, it's one throat to choke. It's someone you can point to directly. But how do you approach the conversation of supportability and maintainability, especially if you've created something that's specific to that enterprise organization's needs, and it might be like a custom theme plugin or some sort of tooling?
So we like as an agency, we usually when we are in project, we always end up creating something custom because otherwise they wouldn't need agency to begin with, like in large projects. So quite early in the pre-sale stage, we tell them like what are they signing up for. We also educate them like, hey, this part is something not the responsibility of hosting company. So it's more of education rather than the budget. In terms of budget, we kind of guide them like you are looking at hosting fees and it's better but not must have or legally required to, but you should keep some money aside for retainers, like some kind of like 100 hours over a year. You keep that small chunk of money aside for agency because the hosting company is only responsible for taking care of a WordPress core and updates, and these things usually falls back on us. If you want to get maintenance done by somebody else, there are some WordPress specialized services which offer maintenance retainers. So we tell them if you find us expensive, you can try them, but in the end you need some kind of solution, like somebody more of a maintenance provider, and it has been okay with them, like that clarity they need earlier so that they can budget for it. So usually it's a budgeting thing rather than hey, we don't want to pay for you once the project is over kind of thing. And then they usually budget accordingly. Okay, this is a hosting line item, this is a retainer line item, these many licenses they need. For example, if we buy 5 plugins, so usually most WordPress plugin have this agency plan. If we are installing something that has an agency plan, we tell them that you don't need to buy that separately, that's on us. But if that it's not there, we also tell them, hey, this is something you need to renew year on year. But like in a large budget, our retainer fees or WordPress license renewal doesn't affect their decision. It just
It feels like it's a complicated conversation that you can talk about quite a lot. Lorna, what are the top tips for selling retainers to enterprise clients? You have like 3 top things for making them prioritize this very important bits of actually using an open source project.
Yeah, I think education definitely super important, and one challenge I see is even when clients have a retainer, you sometimes have competing priorities. You have like the ongoing maintenance and things that needs to be done, but that is unsexy. That is like the higher level business stakeholders may not get it. Like, why do we have to spend so much money on that? And then they are also wanting to build cool stuff, new features, functionality within that same retainer budget. So there is always this competing thing, and it's more appealing to be focusing on like the short-term wins, the new stuff, once again, new stuff, and to neglect the maintenance portion. I think that's one thing to really look out for. So to be able to set aside money to be able to do maintenance and then see that the new stuff. Yeah, and to kind of keep those two separate, I think would be really good. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think we have time for one last question. Yeah, was there anybody that had a question there?
Hi, you guys brought up a lot of different issues.
Sorry, can you hold the mic in front?
Sorry.
Yeah, so we can hear.
You guys brought up a lot of different issues, but when you start combining them all, I'd love to know your perspective from the Skilled Consortium point of view. Compliance is one piece of it. A lot of customers are asking for SOC 2 Type 2 compliance, or they might want the agency to be ISO 27001 certified, et cetera. Then, WordPress VIP is now FedRAMP certified, but which dev agencies can work on federal contracts, et cetera. And then I think it was Lorna mentioned the large ecosystem. Customers, enterprise customers, they're not going to do a separate contract for each plugin and for each agency, et cetera. They want one contract, and you might have to do a subcontract arrangement to drive that value proposition. But they also can't do change management across all these different ones at different times. They need the plugins to all be updated at the same time, which is also updated at the same time as PHP, as WP Core, et cetera. If it's on different tracks, they're not going to do it. They're going to turn that plugin off, or they're going to pin it, and they're just done, right? And then that puts them at security risk, or they lack functionality. So just tying all that together, how do you, from the Skilled Consortium point of view, how do you even address all that?
It's a good question. How do we address the fact that the client wants a one-stop shop and won't sign different contracts with different vendors?
So Scale Consortium is still evolving, so it will be immature for me to answer on the whole consortium's behalf, but I can answer for my agency that one contract thing is real, like many clients want it. So at agency level, we have this arrangement with hosting companies that if that situation arises, we are okay to that thing you mentioned, subcontract under them. So we kind of estimate our efforts and put a number on it and pass it to the hosting companies, and then hosting companies add a line item and create a single like bid or single purchase order for the like a proposal for the end client.
So it's then the vendor's responsibility to take care of packaging that and kind of providing the client, the enterprise client, with this ease of use, I guess.
So in that case, and in many other cases, we take care of the plugin responsibility, even like paying for the renewal fees. So it varies. Like in that earlier case, like if client is very picky on the pricing, and sometimes clients see that advantage, because if they're paying separately, then they have the control over who to pay and what to pay. Like we can say these are like small or medium size enterprises. The usually large one, the federal one, we work with governments in many different regions. They usually want one vendor. They're okay to pay extra, but that they need more assurance, more guarantees. And there we kind of get it earlier that they don't want to deal with the 5 plugin companies or like that. So we include that pricing in our budget. Like say when we say, okay, this is going to be $10,000 retainer fees, we internally per year, like, so we internally assume that $1,000 of it will go to the plugin license renewal budget.
But what about the ongoing management of those plugins, et cetera, and making sure that upgrades happen at the right times, that they're all in coordinated fashion, they stay enterprise grade and security grade?
Yeah, so that's part of the package we create for them. Like, so we handle at agency level, we handle on their behalf. So the hosting company's responsibility is to make sure the WordPress core stays up to date, the PHP and all those stay up to date, and we coordinate among us. Like we keep an eye on like, okay, this PHP version we're going end of life, or this is the change we want. So well ahead of the time, we create a staging environment where we test their entire plugin updates, and we also tell the client, okay, this is you can this is a staging instance, we can also give it a shot. It all looks good, we can move it. So in the end, it's a pricing issue.
So how do you then tie that into compliance needs, et cetera? So do you find only pieces that conform to their compliance, and if there's something that doesn't, you have to invent it from scratch yourself? And then they might be asking for sustainability reports, and what's the hosting company's sustainability footprint? We see a lot of stuff coming out of enterprise customers that we never think of in the traditional WordPress space.
Lorna, I think we face quite a lot of these challenges ourselves.
Yeah, exactly, because they don't want to deal with the small plugins and all that. And as an agency, you have a master services agreement with the enterprise client. You have all these legal stuff that you have looked at already. And then actually, there's also the plugin. So how do we address that, right? And any discrepancies between the contractual agreement or like terms for the plugin versus what you actually have with your enterprise client. I feel like the risk then gets passed on to you as a vendor. And of course, if all things go well, nothing goes wrong, that's great. But in the case that something does go wrong, and it's like, actually, I'm not holding up my contractual obligations or legal, I'm not sure how to put it, legal obligations to the client, then there is a high risk. So it is costly to look into all this. And now I wonder also if, as a skill consortium, if every agency has to deal with the same kind of problem and be doing the same thing over and over. Is there a way we can kind of band together and it's like, okay, these are the common plugins that are used, we understand the terms, and we make sure that this is like enterprise ready, and kind of fill in that gap and make sure you don't end up like, replicating the same work, which is very, very costly.
I guess that's probably a good next challenge for the Scale Consortium, and something that we will continue to work on.
So I just want to add one more thing, like when I say when the updates come, we can cherry pick update. For example, if say a newer version of certain plugin adds telemetry or phoning home which breaks our compliance, we can skip that part of the code. And if they have any security update, that we can cherry pick. So that's what agencies are getting paid for.
Yeah.
So, and in GPL, that's perfectly legal. So that's where we have the advantage of GPL. We can keep our like versions like that. It costs, but it ticks the compliance box, and usually budget is not a concern for companies or like federal agencies which are looking for a very high compliant environment. Like, so it fits in their budget, and we have capabilities to execute it. So it's a match.
Thank you for the question. A very good question.
Nice question.
We're out of time. So thank you everybody for being here, and thank you to my wonderful panelists. We're going to continue the conversation, and it's been my absolute pleasure to host this panel for you today. Thank you.
All right. So I would like to invite Petya, the moderator, to present the token of appreciation to the fellow panelists, please.
Oh, thank you.
Can you present to them?
Oh yeah, of course. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And one more. And that's for you.
Thank you.
Let's take a group
Thank-
photo.
A group photo, okay. Let's do it. Who is taking the photo? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. Thanks again to the fellow panelists. So we don't have the next talk at 2 o'clock in this track. It's canceled. So feel free to attend the other tracks. And we'll see you at 3:30 in this track for the Q&A with Matt Mullenweg. Thanks again. See you again. Bye.
yeah.
Okay. You can go grab it and go.
A lot of. Let me see what this feels like. Ooh.
Wow. I didn't think I was going to be nervous, but I am. Welcome. It has been what I think an extraordinary WordCamp thus far. My name is Chloe Bringman, and I'm honored to introduce our last keynote speaker, WordPress co-founder and the CEO of Automatic, Matt Mullenweg. Yes. So Matt's vision for an open and accessible web has helped shape WordPress and, by extension, the web as we know it. His commitment to open source principles has advanced WordPress and fostered a global community of contributors and innovators, many of whom are gathered here today in this auditorium or online. Now, we have a little bit of some housekeeping before I ask you to join me in a warm welcome to bring Matt onto the stage. Some tips for asking questions live. I'd like to ask you to introduce yourselves briefly when you have the floor. We're eager to hear from as many of you as possible during today's session. When you're speaking, please talk slowly, clearly, and directly into the microphone so everyone can hear you well. And you have the opportunity to ask Matt what has been on your mind. So let's make the most of this time together and be mindful of the other attendees waiting their turn. If you have additional questions after your first, we kindly ask that you save them for another opportunity. There will be a couple of volunteers who are running around with microphones on either side of the auditorium. Raise your hand if you have a question for Matt. And so, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Matt Mullenweg to WordCamp Asia 2024.
Hello, hello. How y'all doing? Did you have a good WordCamp? I am so excited to finally be here. Oh my goodness. I mean, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, there was reasons I wasn't able to make it for each one. Some reasons we all couldn't make it for some of those. But it's so great to be here today and in this amazing room with I really enjoyed a lot of the talks I got to see, and happy to talk about any of those. But yeah, who's got their hands up? We can start queuing up some questions. I'm visiting today from Houston, Texas. Oh, am I supposed to point? Okay, how about over there? We can get started. Introduce your name, stand up so people can see you, and
hello.
Let's get started.
My name is Milana Cap. I'm from Serbia, and always first question. Yeah. So here at this WordCamp, we saw some changes to speakers program. There were invited speakers, and I would like to propose something. There are a lot of, if we are talking about the diversity of speakers, there are a lot of speakers, good speakers, who are involved in WordPress who cannot attend these big events because of financial difficulties. So there are initiatives to help them. One of them is supportinclusionintech.com. Please visit that. And my question is, will Foundation or Automatic support such initiative to help you speakers who cannot attend and are actually good speakers to come and maybe have another addition to speakers program to actually help people?
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've had invited speakers at many WordCamps before, going back to some of the early WordCamp San Francisco's that predated like WordCamp United States. So it's not a new program. I would encourage folks to, like speakers who want to speak at any WordCamp around the world, to apply. And then if you're, regardless of whether you think you're financially able to attend or not, so get your talk in first, right? And then if you're accepted and there's some barrier, I think both Automatic and many other companies would be very excited to sponsor folks to visit. And it's actually, I think, a relatively cost-effective way to do it. Now, WordCamps do have a sort of, certainly the local, like the city ones tend to want to emphasize local speakers, but for these regional ones, sure, let's get people from all over the world. we have that here today, and I think it's part of the cool thing about these more continental WordCamps. So does that sound good? Cool, thank you. All right, who's up next? The light's actually kind of bright. I might need to folks with the mics, just run to people with the hands up. We got one up here, but it's a little hard for me to see some of y'all. And then if you want to go next, so we'll do that next. And then who wants to be third? So we can keep this moving. Want to get through as many as possible. Okay. How about over there? All right. Howdy.
Hi, Mike. We met before. I'm Phoebe. And our team kind of living in a parallel universe, which is in Web3. We are building something in blockchain to help media and journalists to actually achieve decentralized publishing. And our tagline is actually same as WordPress, which is we want to democratize publishing. And I'm from Hong Kong. So I want to see a view how Web3 could coordinate with this mission that we have. And obviously, we are one of the very rare Web3 plugin that here today. So I feel like I'm in a really rare situation where I'm the minority here. So I just really want to have this conversation with you and see how we can truly achieve decentralized publishing to help people that are being censored, no matter it's from political censorships or commercial censorships. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, thank you for your question. And yeah, we did meet. I think I've taken like hundreds of photos of people. And thank you for the t-shirt you gave me. There's a lot to unpack there. So I'll try to work backwards. Being one of the few Web3 companies here, there probably were a few years ago, right? There was a little bit of a cycle there. And it feels like a lot of folks moved on, although now crypto prices are all the way back. So who knows, maybe there'll be another cycle. In terms of WordPress's participation in it, one way where I think, second, I would say, what is Web3, right? That could be a whole conversation. You mentioned blockchain, so I'm going to assume for the sake of discussion that sort of like blockchain-based things integrated with WordPress. Is that fair? Okay. What's nice about a lot of these blockchain projects, I'm not sure about yours, but most are open source, which sort of just by default, we share some of the ideals with the open source nature of WordPress and its entire technology stack, everything that it's built on. We're built on the shoulders of giants. It's open source turtles all the way down, as they say. So there's plugins for pretty much everything. And as you know, our marketplace is totally open. There's no cut you have to pay. You have to go through the application process, which I apologize is still way behind. But then, yeah, it can be totally open. I think in terms of publishing things to an immutable blockchain, that is a use case. It's kind of a tricky one because, one, you could already do it. You could put things in the Bitcoin blockchain, right? And people have at the very first Satoshi node, right? Reference that financial crisis article. So that's already possible. And then for everything else, I think large publishers tend to need some moderation capability, often even to comply with laws in the places where they operate. So, and for evading censorship, there are technologies like Tor and other things that allow people to get past it, including Tor secret sites hosting and others. So whenever there's sort of a problem like that, I always say, what are all the ways it could be solved? Does blockchain make it better or different? And are there existing blockchains that can solve some of the same things? One I have had my eye on, because especially with, we're in kind of our first AI election cycle, where AI tools are very prevalent. Deepfakes have gotten so good. And, I think, I forget the number, but over half of large democracies are having major lessons in the next 2 years. And so something around sort of being able to stamp content to be authenticated, whether it's photos, articles, and unmodified, I think is kind of interesting. There's been a number of proposals about this over the years. There's one a few years ago that I'm not sure where it is, but I just saw a new one last month that his name is escaping me, that I hope to look at when I'm back from sabbatical. Oh, I forgot to say that. Technically, I'm not supposed to be here. So Automatic has this benefit where every 5 years, everyone gets 2 to 3 months paid time off. It's a beautiful benefit. We've had hundreds and hundreds of people take it. I have not for 18 years. And it was a very intense year last year. So I was like, okay, in December, I announced that in February, I was going to do the 3 months off. And I had this on the calendar. I was like, I cannot miss WordCamp Asia again. So this is my exception. Y'all are my exception to sabbatical. Thank you. So, but for some things, like it's a little trickier for me to speak to automatic stuff because I'm not really in it day to day like I usually am. But May 1st, I'll be right back in there. So, thank you. I think we were going up here next, and then we'll do there, and then down there. So, I think you were next. Howdy.
Hi, my name is Lena. I have been organizing WordPress event in Bangkok for many years. WordCamp Bangkok and WordCamp Asia 2023.
Thank you.
Now that I'm working a mom with a small kids, it's harder to do this. Own group of about 8 people. Find it difficult to get a new organizer. Can you give us an advice on how to get working parents, mainly moms, to join and see the good in being part of the WordPress community?
Thank you. That is probably an area I'm not an expert in. Not that I'm an expert in many of the things we're talking about, but in that one I feel particularly ill-suited to have a great answer. But perhaps we could follow up with that with the events team, yeah, which has a number of working moms. And so they'll probably be able to answer that better. So I apologize, I don't have a good one for you right now. Setting the example and leading by example like you just did and sharing your story, I think is also amazing. So everyone in this room and everyone watching the live stream now sees your example, and there's probably many more things like that we can do. So thank you. I think it was over here next. Yeah, all right.
What initiatives or project are you personally excited about within the WordPress ecosystem right now?
That's a good one. And just so we keep it moving, I think there was a mic down here, right? So let's bring one down. Any on this side? Okay, right there. You'll be next, and you'll be third. Initiatives I'm excited about on WordPress. Gosh, co-editing for Gutenberg. So this is the idea. Oh, we got a yeah. This is the idea that, I mean, not unlike Google Docs or many other applications, like in theory, not everyone in this room, but a lot of people in this room, or some people in this room, could have the same document open at the same time. We could be editing it, it would be merged instantly, there would be no conflicts. If you went offline and came back online, that'd be handled in a really intelligent way. This, I think, is just for collaboration going to be so cool. Like imagine if you could send a link of sort of a draft for a new version of the site to a client or a friend, and then get on the phone and just kind of tweak things in real time with them. They could change something, you could change something, you could give them a lesson, you know, so you're sort of telling them what to do, they're learning the interface, and then you're talking about it in real time. I mean, things like that, it just opens up such a wide array of collaboration and workflow that I think it's really, through that, then going to open up WordPress to a much wider audience than it is today. And then personally, I'm just really looking forward to it because, you know, I've been writing for so many years now. And still, one of the craziest things is it's so hard to edit your own writing. And so everything I do, I mean, sometimes you can tell when I just publish without an editor, and then the first comment's like, oh, here's these 3 typos. I'm like, I checked it like 4 times. But now, you know, being able to have someone else in there. And then the other thing that could be cool is what if that entity coming in to chat with you and edit and do things is maybe an AI, like ChatGPT. That could also be really interesting. Like maybe calling it in and saying, hey, what do you think would make my site more compelling to audiences in Japan or something like that? That could be very, very, very cool. So that's, I'd say, one thing I'm pretty excited about. I'm also very excited about the location for the State of the Word this year and where WordCamp Asia is going to be next year. So can't say it now, but y'all, if you stick around, you might get some fun things there. All right, how about down here? Yeah.
Thank you, Shesha. Could I ask a Goncharov question? Sorry. Yogesh from Bangalore, India. I do have a Goncharov question later, maybe sometime. But yeah, the project really I'm excited about is data migration, the data liberation. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and so The way I look at data liberation is you know, there is a standard for printing paper. We call it in India. When we buy paper, we call it A4 sheet. Is the standard size, and so you type on A4 sheet on your laptop, and you print on A4 sheet. So whatever you're writing or printing or doing anything, you're most probably writing on A4 sheet, and it's made by anybody. But so as WordPress data liberation project, is WordPress getting to be the A4 of the web? Is this the standard? Is this like the last fight back of the open source against the gated gardens of people who are trying to take over the web?
Well, I think with infinite scroll, it's like those dot matrix printers, just goes on forever. Do you remember those? Used to print out the signs. Oh, a lot of people don't recognize that. I feel a little old. The stitches on the edge, yeah. Thank you, Josefa. I'm so glad we're getting younger generations in the WordPress. Is paper a good analogy? I'm not sure. I do think of things like railroad gauges. So the idea that railroads sometimes used to have like different widths and things, and then we kind of standardized, and then we're able to connect all the railroads in the United States. And I think about this a lot when I travel, because there's so many different plugs. But actually a cool thing, like I saw at the hotel I'm in, they actually, all the plugs are kind of like one of those universal plugs you can plug anything into. I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. Maybe that's the future. Like, why does every single country, well, not every country, but there's so much variation, and it feels a little silly to have to carry around all these adapters. For the web, I think about, for data liberation, even when an export is available, there's a lot more term, I forget if Cory Doctorow or someone else said it, but called malicious compliance. Cory said that? Yeah. So governments are finally coming in and saying, hey, some of these big companies, you're really locking in users in ways that seem hostile or anti-competitive or just not nice. So could you open up? And sometimes the companies like really open up in a cool way, and sometimes they open up in this term called malicious compliance, where it's kind of open, but gosh, it's such a pain in the butt that it's almost impossible to use. And even some well-intentioned things like Google's takeout feature. It's really impressive. You can get everything from your Google account out. But when I do that, which I do a couple times a year to analyze some of the data, it takes like 24 to 48 hours to generate. Like there's this, I'm like, I could just scroll on this page and kind of extract it from the HTML, or I can press the export button, and they're gonna send it to me 2 days later. Like that makes it hard for integrations. There's no APIs for a lot of these things, and it's tricky. When there have been APIs for some of these things, for example, Facebook used to have a ton of APIs, they actually got really attacked for it, right? Because Cambridge Analytica used it to gather a lot of data. So data being open can also be abused. So these are very tricky topics. What I think is not tricky at all is you accessing your own data. And I believe every single person, it's a human right that all of us should have immediate, standard format, and open access to our own data on these services. Yeah. And where it doesn't exist, we should write code to get it. And that's the idea of data liberation. Because a lot of these companies aren't even bothering with malicious compliance. They're just saying, we're like a roach motel. Your data checks in, it can never get out. And so that's what I want to do. I want to develop just a completely open source set of things that can, whether it takes scraping or spidering or whatever it is, to get your own data out. And then that could be, it can either go into WordPress or, since WordPress is open itself, that can then be a bridge to pretty much anything else that people want to do with it. And I think that would be very powerful. It'd be an incredible gift we could give to the open web at large, and would sort of effectively increase user freedom quite a bit. So I introduced this in the State of the Word in Madrid in December. It started off a little slower than I would like. If you are a company looking for a way to increase your 5 to the future contributions, adopting one of these data liberation projects can be really incredible. And it doesn't just need to be from other services. Something we kicked off at WordCamp US was actually all the learning LMS plugins getting some data compatibility for some of their common data. And we basically got all, or not all, but I think almost all the big LMSs in the room in WordPress. So even increasing compatibility within WordPress, I think would be pretty darn neat. So that's the plan. It's kind of like Gutenberg did, by the way. So Gutenberg tried to create a common block format because we saw this user need around sort of page builders and more atomic editing. And Gutenberg tried to create a common format that was easy to get things into and out of. So thank you for your question. Thanks.
Hello, Matt. My name is Piotrek, and I'm originally from Poland. And speaking about the old things that are keep recurring within WordPress, there is this WordPress.com and WordPress.org issue or like a division that only seasoned people within the community understand. And would it be possible to retire WordPress.com, maybe replace it with like Jetpack?
I mean, I don't work there right now, so I guess. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
And then just
or have a different name. Yeah.
WordPress.org, you know, as one thing that nobody can, you know, misspell or confuse with anything else.
Yeah, there's a few layers to that. First, thank you for the question. And I wonder, like, was this like an original mistake when we're setting all these things up? We've had competitors who told us it actually made us way harder to compete with, WordPress as a whole. And then, of course, within the WordPress community, some people have liked it and some people haven't. I think one of the things which is actually changing very rapidly, which I know because I've been reading the public blog of WordPress.com, is you may have noticed they announced that their interface, which previously was different from WP Admin, is now coming a lot closer. So what this will mean is part of the confusion, I think, stemmed from, like if you got a WordPress tutorial or watched something, or you had a client sign up for WordPress.com for hosting, which is, I think, great hosting, they'd say like, hey, this button you said is there is actually over here or something, or I can't find it. And so unifying the interfaces more, which means WordPress.com coming basically back to WP Admin, I think helps some of that confusion quite a bit. And then the name. And as y'all might know, I'm a domain name aficionado. As you can see on there, I'm ma.tt. I would legally change my name to that if it was allowed by my government, but you're not allowed to have a dot in your name or a punctuation like that. I think you do have apostrophes, but that would be kind of odd for so we have w.org actually for WordPress, and I find myself sometimes referring to it as w.org or warg. You know, resistance isn't futile, but resistance to freedom is. So that's a reference to the Borg on Star Trek. But so Warg is kind of cool, and that could be, and it's just neat having a one-letter domain name. Like almost no one has that. The other direction is we could keep WordPress.org as WordPress.org or WP.org and move WordPress.com to WP.com, which we have. Or I thought about like submitting, like trying to get w.com. It's never been issued, so we'd have to like go through some sort of ICANN process or something. But I think we have a good argument for it. So that's kind of all the things I'm considering. Please no one else go out and get w.com now. But yeah, without that, it'd be kind of tricky too. So I think we'll still continue to like survey customers, see what's going on, see how this next change with the interface sort of changes the dissonance in the community. And if it helps, particularly around tutorials, education, just everything being a lot more cross-compatible, and go from there. So that probably needs like 6 months to like sort of iron out, see how the usage is and everything, and also just confusion, so we can do surveys and everything. And then after that, definitely going to readdress this. Oh, thank you. I also know some SEO people are like, no, don't change your domain. Yoast is probably writing me a message right now. All right, I think we had it down here. That was next. Y'all have to help me track the order. So who was next? Was it you? Okay, I think it was this one. I think, sorry, third, the gentleman in the black shirt. And then, okay, next, so second. Do you have one over there on the side? Okay, third, and then all the way up there, fourth. Does that sound good? All right, man, we're gonna get through a good amount of these. This is awesome. All right.
Okay, so hello, Matt. My name is Tremi. I'm from Meghalaya, India. And finally, nice to meet you in person. So my question is, you have, I think back in 2014 or 15, you give the community to learn JavaScript deeply, right? So my question is like, what will be the future of WordPress in terms of like development, programming? Are we moving away like more into the JavaScript and less of PHP, or will it go through like the same pace as what WordPress is going right now? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun shift, and I don't remember when it crossed over. And someone can fact check this, but I believe the majority of new code in WordPress is JavaScript now, and has been for some time. So, in many ways, you could argue by what's the majority of activity happening that Gutenberg has made us sort of a JavaScript first project, and that shift was not easy. A lot of people had to learn new things. I was very, very, very impressed with how the WordPress community did that. You know, I said the learn deeply thing one other time. Do you know when it was? Yeah, in Porto, December 2022, or November? Summer 2022. Anyways, before ChatGPT came out, I said learn AI deeply. So if you want to know where I think things are going, that's where it is. And that probably doesn't mean that we're going to be able to run AI models like on $3 a month shared hosting. But I do think that we are all going to be using AI in our daily lives to augment our development, find bugs, fuzz things, test, improve everything from the code to the writing to the review times on the plugin queue or whatever it is. And so that's where I'd encourage y'all, take that time that you put into learning JavaScript to at least play with these tools every day if you can. I don't remember all the numbers. Who was, yeah? All right.
Hey, Matt.
Which way? There we go.
I'm Russell from Bangladesh. I work as a marketer for a plugin development company. What I wanted to ask you is some features as a content management system in WordPress are, to be honest, a little dated in terms of their architecture or in terms of their design. And as a marketer, there are some features that I need specifically to manage my content and manage my media. So
what would some of those be? Do you mind sharing?
For instance, the media library content does involve a lot of media. So when I'm trying to manage media on my own website or on a client's website, it becomes difficult to actually track it with the media library inside WordPress. So I'll have to depend on third-party plugins that will actually let me manage them. So there are some basic features that I would say should not actually require development from third-party plugins that should be actually intuitively included in the CMS. So I actually got involved into the core contribution, and I started a ticket so that the feature is integrated.
Thank you.
So,
send me that ticket later. I'll check it out because I have my own wish list.
Sure. So my question is, when you're actually implementing new features in core, what's the line you draw between features that should be available as third-party plugins and features that should be included in core?
Wow, that is a good question, because I would say it's one of the hardest things we do in core. And there is both an art and science to it. So, and I think we've gotten it wrong many, many times. Where we've brought some things in that we end up taking out later or moving into a plugin or just deprecating entirely. And I know for a fact there's many, many areas. Media library would be a great one that we could use a lot more. Like let me think what's on my media library list. So I have over 30,000 photos uploaded to ma.tt because I used to carry a camera everywhere because I was really shy. So normally at a WordCamp, I just take like 150 photos and upload them all. And so that added up really quickly over the years. So I have a lot of these, actually like a large media company indexing it. And actually back in the day, had some really cool features that have regressed. So for example, I had a people tagging feature and then a taxonomy for people. It's part of why we developed custom taxonomies was my photo blog. There was indexing, alt tags, comments, the metadata that we put in, like the, what's the name of the format, EXIF metadata. So things I would love are being able to reverse, so being able to see which media is embedded in which post. Almost like that's the ticket? Oh, thank you. A round of applause for him. That's awesome. What are the chances? I want to be able to do that. I want to do way more sort of the idea of like the sort of the golden copy of things, and then you can have different versions of it with different crops or filters or other things in different contexts. We don't have a good concept of that. We're just creating new files for everything. We still don't handle HEIC files well, at least with however my PHP is configured. Maybe that's a server issue, but gosh, I feel like we should be doing so much more processing on the client side, and maybe even pushing some of that if I'm editing something. Maybe that's faster to do in the browser and the JavaScript, which now have incredible virtual machines and really fast processors, than it is trying to do that all on the server side. So those are some of the things on my mind around it. And yeah, some of the other stuff is probably still CDN stuff, like Jetpack Photon, which does like the real-time resizing and everything like that. Like that's still a little tricky, but yeah. So that would be some of my core media wish list. If anyone from core is here, we'll write it down. Thank you. Oh, finally, you said, how do we decide? Yeah, I wish I could say it's just the things I like, but there's so many things I like that aren't in core. So it's really, it's all in the tickets. So it's that conversation. Usually we debate it. At our best, people try to understand both sides of it coming in or not really, really well. I love the Charlie Munger thing where you should be able to argue your opponent's side of a debate just as well as you can argue your own, or even better, and use that to find like where it fits. I would say our balance that I think about is kind of what everyone needs, but also how do you build what people are going to need down the line. And many times with WordPress, we have some features built in that no one's asked for originally, but now I consider them crucial to our integrity as a content management system. For example, the revision system. You'd be shocked at how many other content management systems you edit something and the old versions are gone. So if you ever want to go back or know who edited it or anything like that, they just don't have it. The data does not exist. So how can you be a true content management system if you don't have that? At that point, you're just like file editing without version control. It's ridiculous. So you can tell I judge content management systems a lot. I use them all, so it's like, I'm like, wow, I can't believe they don't have this. So that's kind of how the thought process goes. And I can't wait to see your argument for why that should go in core. I might drop in a low +1 there. Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Hi, Matt. My name is Anand. I am from India. So last year, me and Pooja, we were planning to attend WordCamp Europe. And she might have also told you just before the session that we couldn't attend because our visa got rejected. And that's not about us. This happened with a lot of people from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, especially from our region. And there was a common reason because they doubted the authenticity of visa letter issued by WordCamp Europe.
Can you say that one more time?
They raised the issue, they raised the question about the authenticity of visa letter that was issued by WordCamp Europe. Because the question is that the event was happening in Athens and the visa letter was issued by an organization that is registered in San Francisco. So this is the common reason that we all got. And at that time, there was a lot of discussion on the Slack also. And the P2 post was also posted that there is need of having a registered organization in Europe as well, so that this cannot happen in the future. But still this year, I have seen such same communication on the Slack few days back, and the WCU Slack has that they are still issuing the visa letter from that part of India, but that part of the world. So it can still become tough for us to get a chance to experience the WordCamp Europe. So can we do something about this?
I mean, probably.
Because now we have WordCamp Asia to get the experience of WordCamp, flagship WordCamp, but still we want to explore that part of the world. What is the experience of that WordCamp Europe and WordCamp US?
Yeah, so first I'll say, even though I travel a lot, I'm not an expert in visas. And I've definitely experienced though, where I have to mail my passport off for a couple of weeks, but usually they go through. I haven't had one denied yet. So the first thing I'll say is, you know what? They're a loss. How many awesome people did that country miss having in it? Which country was it? Athens, Greece. Yeah, they missed out on tourism dollars. They missed out on so much. Two, I would say that it's been really cool here in Taiwan to have like some support from the government. And I think we even had a congressperson speaking the other day. Who used to organize WordPress meetups. So, you know, the thing you just described is kind of a common sense thing. Like, there's a really good explanation for it. And I totally get that maybe at some level of some bureaucracy, someone felt like they couldn't make that decision. But there's someone maybe a level or two higher that can say, hey, look at this. These events happen every year, all these years. This is a contributor. These are, you know, there's a million ways where I think you could easily justify why it's a really good idea to issue visa to WordCamp attendees. Perhaps that could be something we consider, you know, before choosing a location in the future. And it looks like Josepha is going to say that we are. Do you want the mic?
Hi, it's still me. I'm still Josepha. Oh, thank you. Good. Yes, so this is something that we can certainly look at, and we do look at when we're trying to decide what country, what city to go to. But also, we have a crackerjack legal team at the old automatic place, and so we can talk to them to see what options are available to us. And yes, that's probably the best bet, because I also am not an expert in visas.
Well, thank you, Josepha. How can we also use the size and influence of our community to get these issues heard by the right people? I don't know exactly who the right people are in some of these different places, but I'm sure we could figure that out, and especially with the collective intelligence in this room. And finally, I will say, you know, do a WordCamp India. I'll be there. So get everyone trying to go to your country. Some other people, but is that about WordCamp India or? Oh. I've been pushing, so I don't know. There's something in the middle. We'll figure it out. I think we were all the way over here, right? Remember, if y'all could help me track the order. And this was the last one we chose, right? You were the fourth? Or was there anyone I chose after this? Okay, next. Okay, so first, second. Okay, let's see. How about way up there? Let's start at the top and work our way down. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Okay, so we'll start up there and then work our way down. Oh, okay, we'll lightning round.
Hi, Matt. This is Prema from WP Manage Ninja. I'm from Bangladesh, actually, and I'm also organizing this event, and thank you. We had a successful WordCamp last year in Sylhet, Bangladesh, and this year we are also arranging a WordCamp Sylhet. And my question is that, like, we are arranging WordCamps, but in our community, the women participation is very less. Like, they do know about the community, they know about WordPress. 90% of women are educated about it, but still they are dropping. So what resources currently do you have now so that I can inspire many more women from my community? Do you have any resources? You want to jump in there? Like,
Angela Jen.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Jin. Yes, hi. So, wonderful question. Come join the community team. We have a number of resources on our DEIB, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging page, and we absolutely want to help you with that. So, yeah.
Okay, y'all ready for the lightning stuff? Okay, start up there. Top row. Yep. What's that? Oh, you don't have a mic. Well, that would help.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am Ganga Kafle from Nepal, the most beautiful WordPress community we have. Please. I can proudly say that. And everyone was asking questions to Matt, but I would like to thank him for making WordPress and making our living from WordPress. Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Matt. My name is Ahmed, one of the organizers of WordCamp Asia 2024. Since my esteemed colleague didn't ask the question, I'll take the opportunity.
I like this. There's a plan.
That's right. So, Matt, you've been to Taiwan. There was WordCamp Taiwan 2023, but WordCamp Asia happened first time in Taiwan. I want to hear 2 takeaways that you got from this event. Thank you.
You know, I'll say, first one, I'm supposed to go quick. So the first one I'll say is that particularly from Noel's talk and sort of the talk around the plugin ecosystem and everything, I've been germinating a lot of ideas, particularly how to change the WP admin dashboard to make it a little more app-like and allow launching into different experiences. And I'm not sure yet how this is going to interact with the new admin redesign or what, so it's kind of in the different phase, but it sort of also highlighted for me that our plugin taxonomy, that you can have kind of solo plugins, community plugins, or commercial plugins, is going to be really, really critical to this. And I think it's not well understood, and I'd like to look at the numbers for how much it's being used right now. But how we present that in directories and essentially our version of the App Store, and if there are things that we maybe even change with the terminology of plugins to sort of recognize that maybe mainstream might be more familiar with the idea of kind of apps or modifications. It's a little tricky because plugins do actually change WordPress. They're not like their own separate things like on a smartphone where you're launching an entirely new thing. Some of them are, but many are not. So, and maybe that's something else we put in the taxonomy. Like, is this something that's modifying existing WP admin screens? Is it integrating with them? Or is it kind of replacing that? Like it's a whole new thing. You have a whole new section. And how should that work navigation-wise? I think becomes very, very interesting. There could be a modality kind of like on Google where there's kind of like the 9 dots on the top right, and that has like a little app launcher. Something like that could be kind of interesting. The second thing is that Taipei it was too short, and I don't think I can eat anymore the rest of the trip. I've had beef noodles several times, a variety of dumplings, soup dumplings. That was one of the things. I'm a big foodie, and wow, Taipei has definitely delivered. So thank you.
Finally. Hi, my name is Sam. I am from Indonesia. I want to ask you a question about Gutenberg. What do you feel about the current state Gutenberg so far, and how do you plan to reduce the level of abstraction inside the Gutenberg? Because I feel that Gutenberg might be, how you call it, like harder to contribute as like new developers. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. And let me do a quick check. Because we started late, can I have a little extra? Since we started late? Okay, thank you. I was here on time. Just kidding. Gutenberg, the level of abstraction, I think the development, honestly, is something that you gotta learn. And I think that the way that Gutenberg does development, and the JavaScript first, is kind of the future of most web development. So it is unfamiliar for me as well, by the way. It's not what I learned originally. And there are probably some abstractions that we could simplify, but by and large, I would dive into it. And please avail yourself of the WordCamps, the tutorials, the other people in the channels. Like, let's teach each other. Like, so much of the learning in WordPress is peer-to-peer. And I think you will find in the Gutenberg core developer community a lot of maybe even openness. You could suggest like, hey, do you mind doing like a little Zoom and showing me something or something like that? Certainly it happens at WordCamps on developer and contributor days. I'd love for that to happen more outside of our in-person events. In terms of how I feel about Gutenberg, I have the thing where I'm like the unhappiest WordPress user in the world. So I just, when I use the software, I can see in my head where we're gonna be, and I just get so impatient for where we are right now. When we started Gutenberg, we said it was gonna be a 10-year project, and so it feels like we're that 60 to 70% of the way there. The collaboration is gonna be huge. I think there's a lot of interface things, I think we could have better terminology or simplify. Some of the things that we have drop down should maybe be radios. There's just a lot in there that I think could be a lot more intuitive and more visual, so that as you're changing things, you're kind of seeing what it's going to change. And you get kind of more of that like a tactile feel from interacting with the software and the blocks. So that's what's on my mind for it. Thank you for the question. All right, in this section, how are we doing? Okay,
Hello. Finally, it's really nice to meet you in person. So this is Tawhidul Islam. I have a complete different question. So before asking my question, I would like to say that as a Muslim, I stand with Israel. So I do have that specific question. So you
I don't know if I'm going to answer any questions about that whole stuff. Is that the question?
The question is all about, you know, there are so many contents that are really dangerous for specific groups, you know, like, what should I say? It's all about anti-Semitism or, you know, pro-terrorism, something like that. Are you planning for any projects in the future to, block those anti-Semitism and pro-terrorism contents in the future? Especially, there are so many people, the many group people, they are going to buy some websites from WordPress.com. You know, it will be really, really dangerous for specific, group. So I would love a great answer from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is a moderation question. I'm trying not to comment on moderation stuff anymore, but this is a good one. So on WordPress.com, all that sort of stuff, there's whole trust and safety teams. Actually have particularly on .com, a really good record of, there's some, I think, very reasonable rules, and it's built a very good reputation over the past 18 years over addressing this type of content when it does pop up. Things against groups, whether that's anti-Semitism or anti-Muslim or all the antis that represent the lesser angels of our nature. In terms of within WordPress, we don't have a team on WordPress.org, but also it doesn't come up very much because it's mostly just discussion about the software. But the volunteers do take things down immediately when there's something that is out of line with our community guidelines. And finally, I'll just say that open source, and particularly the guidelines and norms of our community, are very, very inclusive. It's one of my things I'm most proud of, especially when I look around this room, seeing folks from all over the world coming together, united by a common vision, and even competitors, maybe commercial competitors, or places where sometimes countries or leaders of countries are disagreeing with each other. The people are coming together to create something that belongs to all of us. It's open source, so it really belongs to humanity. And that sort of pro-humanism stance, especially in a world where there's so much stuff which is frustrating or confusing or like driving me crazy, I'm sure many of y'all, it's nice to be involved with something where we can all work together. So, and is there a crook or there's a crook?
More questions.
Okay, one more question.
From me, actually.
Oh.
If that's
I'm so
allowed.
sorry to the folks up there. If you send it to me, tweet me the question, or leave a comment on my blog and I'll answer it. So those three folks right there.
So State of the Word this past year was for the first time outside of the United States, and I'm curious if you have any plans for this year, where it might be.
What are the suggestions? India? I do like that. I gotta admit though, it might be someplace where I just was right before this. So I'm proud to announce that State of the Word for 2024 will be in Tokyo. So on December 16th, 2024, I think we're actually going to have a couple hundred seats in there. So let's say, what's the capacity, 250 or 350 in the theater?
30.
Perfect. So I'd love to see some of you there. I just got back from Tokyo. It's one of the most amazing cities in the world on so many levels. We have this beautiful venue at like the top of a building, and then we'll do like a fun thing afterwards in an art gallery. So can't wait to see some of you there. This is going to be a very exciting State of the Word because more stuff is happening in 2024 in a very, very long time. And with that, I just want to say thank you to every single person in this room because you are what makes WordPress. So let's keep making it together. And I believe the organizing crew is coming on now, right? All right. See y'all.
Leaving. He's leaving. Closing remarks.
Everybody, if you could stay, we have a sponsor raffle coming up, and there's a closing remarks. So take a seat. There's a little bit more content coming up. So if you all need to go to our bathroom, please rush. But yeah.
Can we ask the people on the upper seats to come closer so that you're visible in the shot? We're doing a group photo of everyone who attended WordCamp Asia 2024. Let's compress. Take up the seats here in front so everybody gets to be in the shot. We're all close anyway. We're taking a group photo and we're going to have our closing ceremonies.
Welcome, WordCamp Asia. I'm no Matt Mullenweg, but I have prizes. We have the very first flagship sponsor raffle for you. So let's cut to the chase. It's time for the show. I'd like to welcome the very first sponsor, Yoast and Bluehost.
I'm carrying a lot. Awesome. Thank you, Bob. And you want to shake my hand? All right. That'll work. That'll work. Okay. I'm going to put some of this stuff down. Give me 1 second. I don't know when my timer starts, so we're going to try to go quick. All right. I wrote a rap. And this is either going to go terribly or great. So I started and finished it earlier today, so don't boo me too hard, please. Someone once said, code is poetry, so lend me your ears and join in this flow with me. What can I say about our time in Taipei? The event and people have been incredibly great. So many friends fill all of these halls. Did I mention Bluehost has one-click installs? Smiles and laughs carry us further while files and drafts are filling the servers. Bloggers and builders and devs and designers all join together as great WordPress refiners. As it comes to an end, we must soon say goodbye. Have you experienced site building with Bluehost AI? From blank page to full site in the blink of an eye, you'll have a site with great pages without having to sigh. Now, I can't leave the stage without talking about Yoast, SEO with AI to bring you the most. They'll improve your site, and I know what you're thinking. Of course they prioritize your internal linking. When you need a title for your brand new post, their AI can assist you and make it better than most. Automated schema so Google knows what you're about, turning red to yellow to green while you're building your crowd. Now, if you have a site and you yearn for learning, visit Yoast Academy and keep that knowledge turning. Check them out and they'll help you rise in the ranks. If your site is number one, please tell them thanks. Now, this next part, I've got to get loud. Have y'all heard about this product called Bluehost Cloud? If your client's a giant and their site draws a crowd, you can completely rely on Bluehost Cloud. When performance matters most and you're under great stress, we've got the perfect product, so come give it a test. Our security assuredly helps keep out impurities, making online threats a thing of obscurity. When the speed of your site should be blazingly fast, check out our new product. It's up to the task. If your site building efforts have ever been thwarted, this product means that you'll be premium supported. I hope you understand that we're incredibly proud of the opportunities for you and your sites when you use Bluehost Cloud. Now, a huge boon of gratitude to those who worked the event. You gave tireless efforts without relent. To the speakers and volunteers, I salute all that you do. You hold this community together like a metaphorical glue. Now for our friends who stepped up to the rocket, you navigated the ship and managed to dock it. Speed was a factor to pilot the spinner, so without further ado, let's announce this winner. Can I get like a slowly increasing speed clap going from the audience? Coming in at 2.00 seconds, Tremy Dakar! Where you at, Tremy? If Tremy's not here, okay, he's here, all right, thank you all for coming out.
Well, after that, for the first time in my life, I'm speechless. And it takes a lot, let me tell you. All right, for our next sponsor, we have Hostinger.
So official. Okay, hello. So they gave us 5 minutes to stand on the stage, but we don't really need 5 minutes. So I think I'll take this opportunity to practice my acceptance speech for the Oscars. So just 1 second. First, I would like to thank the fans. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. But for reals, I also like to rhyme. So let me spit one for you as well. But it's gonna be more like Dr. Seuss, let's be real. So, and a lot shorter, I'm sorry. But I will change the slides. There we go. Okay, so we're at WordPress Asia, where the vibes are right. WordPress is the word under this beautiful Taiwan sky. With WordPress is the word under this, sorry, I'm repeating myself, Taiwan sky. With hosting on the house to get your site live, sprinkle some WordPress magic and watch your site thrive. So now let's gather around, but actually let's not, let's stay in the seats. It took a little bit too long for us all to get in the seats. But let's end this suspense. With a Mac on the line, the excitement's tense. So we're about to reveal who the lucky one is. Can I get a drum roll, everybody? And can I get a zoom in, cameraman? All right, and the winner is... There's a lot of them, and I'm sorry if I say your name wrong. Thank you, guys. Jafar, no last name. Do I have a, it's no? Okay. Oh, so, all right. So I'll meet you over there, and we will give you your MacBook and free hosting. Thank you.
Do you agree with me that he should stick with hosting and not modeling? All right, we are moving on, and for our next sponsor, let's welcome GoDaddy.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Adam. I hope everyone had a good WordCamp Asia. I had an amazing time, just as I expected I would. Let's see here. There we go. Hey, we just have a couple of slides here, and I just want to highlight what this is. You may have been at our booth and saw our colleague Justin Neely taking your photo. This is what we call the Faces of WordPress. We've been doing this at every flagship event. So this is just a small representation of the community of that makes WordPress. Last year, I'm happy to report we were able to support all of the WordCamps through our global sponsorship, but in person at 36 events, 15 countries, and it's true, infinite memories. I am also proud to share that we support the WordPress project through the 5 for the Future program and contributing to the software as well as the community. This is our newest promotion. It's a 30-day free trial of our managed WordPress hosting. If you're interested in that, I felt it obligated to put this on a slide. So thank you for bearing with us on that. Now, let's get down to business. We had an incredible time at the booth. Thank you all for participating in our giveaway. We're giving away an iPad Pro with a Magic Keyboard and an Apple Pencil. So let's get to it. We had 544 entries. All of the names are on the spinning wheel, and you must be present to win. So let's start with the first spin. Here we go, where it stops, nobody knows. And, oh boy, I might need help with this one. Really, seriously. I'm gonna try it, but someone please rescue me. Hidekazu Ishikawa. Did I do that right? Where are we at? Where are we? Please meet me down on the side of the stage. And next up, your next sponsor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I cannot tell you how many times I was tried to be bribed today to win that prize. I was promised cookies, socks. Anyway, our next wonderful sponsor, I welcome SiteGround.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How you doing? I can hear you. Are you excited as I am? Okay, so we're giving 3 prizes. I hope you saw them. We're giving 2 really, really awesome backpacks. So maybe you can use them on the other WordCamps you go. How about that? Okay, okay. And the grand prize should be a Nothing Phone 2. I hope you're excited for this as well. So before we draw the prize, I want to thank you all and every one of you who are at the booth. It was an amazing experience, and I'm really happy that I was here. And me and my whole team, we want to say thank you to you for everything that you have done for us. Thank you. So the first backpack goes to Tremi Dar. Do we have Tremi here? Oh, nice. Huge round of applause for Tremi. You can go over there. Yeah, our colleagues will be there, and they'll give you the backpack. So yeah, huge round of applause for Tremi. So backpack number 2 goes to, just like spin it around a bit so everyone can see, Brian Lemagod. I'm sorry if I read that wrong. Is Brian here? Brian, hey! Okay, so right down here you can take your prize. And now it's time for the big prize. So yeah, we'll give them a little more time. Is this enough, or we should like spend them more? Okay, so it's Bernhard Kahl. Okay, again, thank you all, and see you next time.
Well, I say this in the best way I can. Last but not least, our last sponsor, I would like to welcome Kinsta.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alex from Kinsta. This is MJ. We have several of our team members here, and I first want to thank the community, thank the organizers, thank all of you for an awesome event. Thank you. And on behalf of Kinsta, I'd like to say it is wonderful to be a sponsor this time, to be here among the community, and to see so many friendly faces. So thank you to everyone who said hello, who stopped by our booth, and to everyone in general. So we're doing a raffle. We have some prizes. We're going to do Kinsta t-shirts, and then we're gonna have some free hosting so you can try out the Kinsta experience. We'll start with the third prizes, and then we'll go to the second prizes and first prizes. And if you're interested in getting in touch with Kinsta, if you didn't get a chance to meet us, we have a QR code there so you can say hello. So let's spin the wheel. This is for the third prize, Kinsta t-shirt. And the first winner is Maestro Stevens for a Kinsta t-shirt. For the winners, please come over there to the side of the stage right after this, and we'll give you your t-shirts. For anyone who's winning free hosting, by the way, we will reach out also by email. The next t-shirt winner. And the winner is Punit from Lubus.im. If you're here, come on down. Thank you. Now for our first free hosting winner. This is for a starter plan that's free hosting on Kinsta for a whole year. And the winner is Ajith from Quirks. All right, congratulations. We have one more starter plan winner. By the way, everyone gets a t-shirt. I mean, all winners get the t-shirt. Varun Dubey, if you're here. Yay, congratulations. And now to our grand prizes. We have 2 Pro Plan winners. That's free hosting for 2 sites on the Kinsta platform for a whole year. And we'll do also 2 of these. Our first Pro Plan winner is Bob. Bober Nizamidinov. Congratulations. And for our final winner, Hafiz Adnan Hussein for a free Pro Plan. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, WordCamp Asia.
I really tried. Let's do one more big round of applause for these sponsors. And a round of applause to those lucky winners. And personally, thank you to one of the most amazing WordPress communities in the world. You're great. Thank you.
Okay. So, how was the raffle, everyone? It was good? Yes. So you enjoyed the raffle. You enjoyed the Q&A with Matt. Now it's time for the closing remarks for WordCamp Asia 2024. And it's taking a little bit of time. I know you want to go back to the hotel, get ready for the after party, but why not take this time to say what you enjoy the most with the person sitting next to you? Or say, maybe, can you? Right now. Not yet? How much more? You have a mic?
When we get down, basically when we get JC and we'll stand by the
Yeah.
we should get in.
Yeah.
5 minutes to go.
But mic'd up, right? More? Okay. I still see some people talking, but let's see. Who in here does anybody know what the theme of today's after party is? Yes, spring. I hope everybody's getting ready for that. We have some exciting contents ready for you after this 3-day event. And I want to see hands, how many of you joined Contributor Day this time? Good, cool. This is a big number. It was the first time the Contributor Day was held in Taiwan. So a lot of the locals had their first chance of contributing to WordPress. And I'm sure the number is going to grow from these years. And, in Asia, there are some countries that have never had Contributor Day before. And this tradition kind of thing should go on. Last year, we all enjoyed our times in Bangkok. We enjoyed our time in Taiwan. And who knows where we're going to go next. But that should come on. You all should know in a few minutes. But before we get to know where we're going, our global leads and the local leads would like to meet you all again and thank you again and summing up what we had for the event this year. I'm sure you all enjoyed it. And does anybody have a guess of how many attendees there were this year? Okay, I hear a lot of numbers. Well, we'll get the answers in a couple of minutes. How many sponsors were there? Does anybody know? I hear a lot of numbers again. And we'll get to know the answer in a couple of minutes. And how many speakers? You know? I hear a lot of numbers. But actually, I know the answer. We had 55 speakers. And, you'll know in a couple of minutes. And I'm sure we're getting ready. How many organizers do we have? Does anybody know? We'll get to know the answer in a minute. And how many volunteers did we have? The volunteers were wearing the blue shirts. Okay, I'm starting to not hear numbers anymore. I think everybody's getting bored. 90. That's a lot of volunteers, but we'll get to know that in a minute. Oh, sorry. But I think we're getting ready. Yes. Are we all good? Are we all good? Yes, I think we got ready. Sorry for the long talk, but I would like to introduce you all our global leads and local leads. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. So once again, I would like to introduce our global leads and the local leads of WordCamp Asia 2024. Wait, does anybody know how many we had? How many global leads and how many local leads? Total. Okay, I don't hear numbers anymore. I guess everybody's bored. Okay, I think we're ready. I got the sign. So let me introduce you our global leads and the local leads. Can I get a round of applause? So our global leads, we had John and Andy. And for our local leads, we have Liuli and Eric.
Yes, I think it's. Okay. Am I, can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, cool. That works. Right. Yeah. This was actually supposed to play for quite a while before we come out. And the reason that Shusei had to stall you guys for like 3 minutes is because we just finished our slides.
Oops.
I'm going to be honest with you, I never understood why speakers sent us our slides like 5 minutes before the event. Now I get it. I get it. I'm so sorry, speakers. Thank you so much. Okay, we're standing in the right position. Great. Oh yeah, we put this in, right? Because, funny story, we spend a lot of time helping people come into Taiwan. I think we're going to talk a little bit about that. And a bunch of people said, oh, we got a lot of help from Yuli, and they had no idea it's that person standing on stage.
Nice.
So if you came in through the help of e-visa or something, that's because of her. Yeah. So this is a year of work from all of the organizers, even though it's just a 3-day event. So can I ask, how were the 3 days?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I only had like 4 hours sleep past few months.
And did anyone have coffee on hand? I need some coffee to stay awake as well.
And cool. That's cool. No drinks right here. Yeah. But well done to our WordCamp Asia partners and their supportive families. Welcome. Oh, good job. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I'm turning back because like the slide there is so small I can't see stuff. But it's a monumental success. Thanks to every one of you, the contributors, the attendees, the volunteers, the speakers, the sponsors, the organizers, the table leads. Did I miss any groups? I hope not. Every one of you, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We know it's very tough to get into Taiwan, for many of you.
Yeah, and talking about visas. We know traveling to Asia, it's very challenging. And yes, we got the visa arrangement came through at the last minute. And there are more than 200 of you. Yeah.
So, how do you enjoy Taiwan? How do you enjoy Taiwan? I hope you've already tried stinky tofu. Have you? Okay, cool, real cool.
No? It really is good. Let me describe the taste to you, right? It smells like sewage. But if it smells like sewage, that's the right one. And when you put it in your mouth thinking that it can't get worse, it gets worse. Yeah. But the taste is quite sublime. Try it. Okay, we want to know who took the longest to get here. Can I do a bit of a census check? Who spent about 5 hours of travel time across bus and trains and planes combined? And I'm not talking about you doing a layover of 10 hours in a 5-star hotel, no. Talking actual travel in a vehicle. 5 hours? At least 5 hours. Yeah. At least 5 hours, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Then, sorry. Oh. Who did at least 10 hours? Okay.
That's a lot.
At least 15 hours.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Still so many.
Yeah. At least 20 hours.
Oh. Wow.
It's getting horrible, right? At least 25 hours. Oh. I thought this would end. Okay. At least 30 hours. Oh. Oh, this is really hard to see. Can I get lights up? At least 30 hours. Keep your hands up.
At this.
Yeah. Okay. And then any more than 35 hours?
32.
I think we have a winner. We have a winner.
32 hours, right? 33. Wow. 33. Where's my mic? Where's my mic?
Yeah.
That's commitment right there.
Yeah. Right here. Who's the 32 hours person?
Yes, I traveled for 32 hours from Austin, Texas. And I know that some people traveled less time from Austin, Texas, but I like to get my Delta points. So it was worth it.
Thank you for taking 32 hours to travel to WordCamp Asia. Thank you everyone who took your time to get here. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, good luck on the 32 hours back. So we're so gratified to have you here. We did a lot of great stuff. Now this year, our operating mantra, tough work, but basically what we're trying to do was to experiment and fail quickly.
And new things we have done this year, we have human library helping people connect experts in person.
And then we had an invited speaker program to increase diverse voices. And I'm sorry for the 2 cancellations. We tried our best. But we're going to try again next year.
And also, we also have the community corners to provide supports and the understanding.
And we tried more focused marketing. Some of you might get our Facebook ads. And separated our sponsors into 2 halls to increase more engagement.
Yeah. When we say a little bit more marketing, right, we were really worried about locals not quite coming. Last year we did WordCamp Asia, and I think we had 10% of local people. And this time we got it up to what, 30? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think about 30, 40%. The total tickets sold, we'll give you the numbers later on. About 450 of those were from Taiwan. So thank you so much. Yeah.
We are testing this out to make the future WordCamps even better.
And thank you for being our guinea pigs. Beta testers. Okay, beta testers.
So this year, we sold 1,893 tickets.
And 1,320 attendees came.
More than 3,000 people watched online.
This is a modest increase over last year's numbers. I'm really quite happy. Thank you. So we started with the contributor day. That's day 1.
And we saw 627 of you came to the first WordCamp contributor in Asia, which happened in Taiwan.
And as Tuesday mentioned, it's also the first time, the first contributor day, and we'll keep doing this, right, Taiwanese people?
This is, to my knowledge, 627, the largest contributor day in Asia, not globally, but in Asia. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So we want to thank all of our amazing table leads, especially helping all the new contributors. Thank you.
Thank you, all the table leads. So we said 69 countries were covered in the opening remarks. Apparently 70 countries that came. And 36% of you were first-timers. So thank you so much for giving WordCamp a chance.
So our design team spent a lot of efforts in coming up the swags. So if you haven't got your swags, go to the registration counters to grab yours.
So, you know, after I tell you about all the after party, host city stuff that you'll be seeing in a few minutes, do stroll down to the first floor and take as much swag as you want. Share that with your friends. Okay. Thank you again to our sponsors. So WordCamp, sorry, it's not connected anymore.
Yeah.
My bad, technical issues. So we want to thank all of our sponsors, the logos up there.
Yep. Can we have Brewhouse? Where's our Brewhouse sponsors? Can we have them stand up?
Brewhouse!
Brewhouse! Stand up, Brewhouse. Oh, there's one guy, come on. Brewhouse.
Thank you.
Elementor.
Elementor. Are they packing?
GoDaddy.
They are probably packing
packing
too.
right
Yeah.
Oh my.
Okay, all good, all good. Hostinger, Jetpack, WeDOS, and Woo.
And thank you again to our Snow Mountain sponsor, Google. And our Shogulan sponsors, Omnisend, SiteGround, and WeGot.
So thank you all, our data, no, not data, sorry. Tata Mountain sponsors. Yeah.
And thank you for all of our Singang Mountains sponsors. Kingstar, Web3 Press, Barn2 Plugins, Stellar WP, Flying Press, Rocket.net, WPML, Softaculous, I'm sorry, Lightspeed, PureDom, Kubio AI, Booking Press, WP Fusion, Doodlewoo, WS Form, SiteGiant, WP Pointer, CowPress, InstaWP, Security.
Thank you so much. So this year, because of all we just mentioned, a bit of visa issues and so on, we did also get a bunch of government support. We had two organizations help us. They are the Open Culture Foundation, OCF, and the Taipei Computer Association. They help us navigate all of the government stuff, help us figure out how we're going to get the kind of funding or the kind of support that we needed from them. And to people that didn't actually really read Mandarin from our team, it really helped us. Thank you so much. So thank you to all of our organizers. Can I invite all of the organizers up here to take a picture? Don't worry, we're not going to keep taking pictures, just one. Can I get all the organizers up here?
Organizers!
Yeah.
Organizers!
Everyone that you have been organizing these events for. Organizers, come up.
They have been working there as of for 1 year.
Yeah, I guess we stand behind because this is important, right? Okay, I want to see.
You want to
Which-
see?
Yeah.
I want
Center is right here.
I will go W.
Just take a seat.
Center right here.
Okay, all organizers, please come quickly. Okay, if you're challenged in the vertical place, please come to the front.
Oh, by the way, try not to push. Yeah, try not to break it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, we gotta do Taiwan things. In Taiwan, we take photos like this. Yeah.
Can you all shout thank you? Shout thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're about to be done. So thank you to all of the volunteers. Okay, we're not going to have everyone come out this time, but volunteers, can I see a wave? Thank you, volunteers. Woo! Everyone in the blue t-shirts. Thank you so much.
And volunteers, please stay after the closing remarks so we can do the group photo.
We'll still take a photo of you.
Yeah.
Don't worry. These are all of their names. It's amazing. There's quite about 90 of them. 90 of them with 46 of us helping you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the speakers. There were 55 of them. So this year, we wanted to solve a problem that we saw last year. We had a great sponsor area. People left it, but they stayed there. A lot of the sessions were not very well attended, so we were very happy this year that we think we solved the problem. A lot of the sessions were super crowded. I think these are some of the photos. So this is an amazing setup. Thank you for the speakers giving such great sessions that entranced the whole WordCamp Asia. Thank you, and most importantly, every one of you that's made this possible. But wait, we're not done. So the conference day is done. But we've got an after party, and our after party will be at Margie Square.
Margie? 喂 ，Margie 对
底价。
喂 ，Margie 准备好未
Wait, Eric, Yuri, what's going on here?
So for the context, in Taiwan we call our besties Margie. So that means you are all our Margies. That's why we are inviting you to our Margie Square.
Margie.
Yay!
So the place, Margie Square, has quite a few zones. Some of them are open air, some of them are enclosed. You get to walk around. If you're a fan of great DJ music, there's a room for that. If you're a fan of dancing, there's a dance floor. Just want a bit of a quiet time to sit down, there's also places for that. There'll be games, there'll be food, and there'll be drinks. So please come a little bit less hungry, because there's not a lot of food. But there's going to be a lot of bars and food places around that area. They will be able to get food from if what we provide is not enough. I think there's also a flower expo, correct?
Yeah, it's the Flower Expo Park, so you can see a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there is bar and restaurant around it.
So you see how this all ties back to our theme, spring. Now, however, it's not quite spring feeling. I know it's been very cold. So we wanted you to actually, sorry, I'm going to skip that. We wanted you to, did I skip something? Yeah, so we wanted you to dress up for the theme. But I get it. If it's too cold, bring a jacket. I think it's going to be 14 degrees based on what Google says. And it says that it's not going to rain, but we can't be too sure. So come dressed up as best as you can, and we're going to enjoy our night there. So there's going to be a, sorry, this website.
So we have the website. Oh, the link is really small, but go to WordCamp Asia's website and find the after party details. There are more details on the website.
Yeah. So reach there by 7 p.m. and you can play and stay until 12. I think you can stay longer if you want to. The bars are open. It's just probably not going to be free after 12. So it's really hard to describe what a tech WordPress after event looks like. Still going to be very family friendly, but this is kind of what it looked like in 2023 when we did it at Bangkok. Open space, great time, networking, friendships.
So to get into the parties, remember to bring your badge. No badge, no party.
Don't forget it.
So at the parties, before you enter, we'll give you the tokens that you exchange for foods and drinks.
And also, we have arranged bus pickup from 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. But the seats are limited, so if you can't get it, please take the MRT. It's quite close.
So your experience is most important for us. Take a photo for this and share with us. Please, whatever photos you have taken here, your photos with your friends, your colleagues, photos of the sessions, could you place this into the shared drive so that we could actually share this with other people as well? I think they'll love to see it. So just don't put in your holiday photos, because that happened last year and we saw a lot of people, what do you call that, resorts and so on, got a little bit jealous.
Yeah, and did everyone scan it? Okay. So we want to do better next year. This is our QR code for the survey. Help us improve.
We tried to reduce the questions from last year, so do help us. We'll also send this link via the email that we'll be sending out post the event. So right now, I think this is the moment that you guys have been waiting for. Yeah. So the next host city.
Who gets it right? We have 8 cities that apply for it. Anyone want to shout for it? Where else? We heard Manila.
Taiwan! I want to win now! No, not again. Not again in Taiwan.
I heard at least like 6 cities. Yep.
Okay.
Bangkok.
Tell us already.
Okay. So we'll let you know.
Bali.
Introduce it. Hi. Oh. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I think so. Please let me introduce you to the new local leads, Andrew Garcia, JC Palms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause to our 2024 local leads, John.
Passing the baton.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. John, Andy, and Eric, big round of applause, please. 2024 organizing leads.
Yeah, so as we wrap up the magic of WordPress in Taipei, for WordCamp Asia 2024, it's time to amp up the excitement for WordCamp Asia 2025 in the incredible city of Manila. Get ready to swap out your bubble tea with taho and your Taiwan views with Manila's majestic sunsets.
That's right, JC. Manila is one of the original cultural melting pots with influences from Europe, Spain, America, and of course, Asia. Now, before I continue, let's have a look and get a cheer from all of the Filipinos in the audience, please. If you're looking for great food or great culture, come to Manila. But the best reason to come is all the friendly Filipinos out there. Filipinos are some of the warmest, friendliest people you'll ever meet, and I guarantee you, we will work hard to make sure you enjoy your visit to the Philippines.
So, mark your calendars, pack your enthusiasm, and get pumped up for WordCamp Asia 2025 in Manila. It is going to be epic, and we're just going to have a great time.
And Manila is just the beginning. We have 7,641 islands for you to explore and enjoy.
Woo! And we also have 175 recognized spoken languages. Andrew speaks Filipino and English. I speak Hiligaynon, Filipino and English.
Para sa mga Pinoy na nasa audience at nanonood ngayon, maraming salamat! Sama-sama ulit tayo!
Sa tanan ng mga Pinoy ay disubong kagalantaw. This is really hard. Oh my God. Salamat gid kag mag-ulup danay kita tanan.
And we will see you in Manila. Mabuhay!
Thank you.
Let's go.
Yeah.
No worries, it's going to take 10 more seconds. If you want to join the 2025 team, like the 46 people that came up just now, hello, hi. Like the 46 people that came up just now, please scan this QR code. We really need your help. It's going to be a fun experience. Organizers from 2024, did you have fun? Yes! So, join them, 2025, Manila, thank you so much. Come to the after party. What time?
7.
Yeah. 7 p.m. And we'll see you there.
欢迎大家来 ，We're welcome. You're welcome.
7点哦 ，After Party， 大家
7
要
点
来哦，开喝啦！
一定要来
，Party，
一定要来，干杯
！Thank you。
醉啦！
Bye.
See you later.
Thank you.